out who's responsible, who's on the hook for notification, and if there's any, any response.
Would be the company.
And yeah, CSX was like, it's not us.
Yeah.
So we've got this, funny, we're trying to get all this sorted.
Can everyone online hear us okay?
I'm surprised that CSX isn't like bring the hammer down on them.
I too, it really was, unless they're just being super quiet as they formulate their plan and get everything together. They've just, been rather kind of. I mean, this is really the first time we've ever ran into something.
Good, how you doing? Good to see you.
Most of the bigger Marion County.
Good to be seen.
Yeah. Whatever we do, and,
I'm checking people online. So they can hear us.
Okay.
Yeah, we worked with,
Yeah.
Jackie, can you hear us?
they actually, pretty good. It's not been helpful.
Anyone online that was on, they have to make sure we can come down.
One of their like safety type people. Just
Jackie, for me to.
a meet and greet, like.
Too much background noise.
Just wanted to make sure we're doing okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm gonna mute myself now.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, yeah, I was just checking there, Jackie. I can't hear anything, so maybe you're purposefully on mute until we had a quorum.
Yes, we were muted.
Okay.
Commission meeting. First, we'll start by roll call
Steve Jones,
here.
Jonathan Whittam,
Here.
Stephanie McKinney,
Here.
Matt Bilkey. Matt Bilkey. Jeff Larimore,
Here.
Sean French,
Here,
Bruce Palin,
Here.
Aaron Sims. Aaron Sims. Travis Tushane. Travis Tushane. Myra McShane.
Here.
All right, we have quorum, yes, at least 5 present in person, and the other 2 could be online, so. We have quorum. Just reports and updates. There's not a whole lot to bring to the table, but we've just been finishing up facilities in their tier 2 report. It's a busy time for our staff with all the industry stakeholders reporting to us on their tier 2 information. Just mention, we've had a few train derailments here in Indiana, nothing involving hazardous materials that I'm aware of. But, other states not so lucky, you know, and, I just want us to keep, that to the forefront. They don't happen often, but when they do, we're talking lots of quantities and affect communities in big ways. And then also just with everything that's going on in the world, you know, is the terrorist type of event, you know, and the hazardous materials response, and very much appreciate all the boots on the ground that are trained to help us deliver a hazardous materials response in the state. But that's really all the reports and updates that I have. The fourth thing on the agenda is review and action of the February 10th meeting. Looking at the meeting's minutes. Review and approval of the minutes. Do you have any motions?
I'll move for approval of the minutes.
Okay, you got a motion.
this is, yeah, Sean French, I second.
Okay, second. So we'll have to do a roll call since we're not all here in person. Go ahead.
Steve Jones,
Yes.
Jonathan Whittam,
Yes.
Stephanie McKinney,
Yes.
Matt Bilkey. Matt Bilkey. Jeff Larimore,
Yes.
Sean French,
Yes,
Bruce Palin,
Yes.
Aaron Sims. Aaron Sims. Travis Tushane. Travis Tushane. Myra McShane.
Yes.
Next on the agenda is the fiscal report. You want to go over the
Yes.
fiscal report?
On the agenda, I failed to see that it has incorrect dates, but the quote that you have in your packet has the correct dates. So for what we're looking for here is for the HazConnect technical support. That is the annual technical support that we pay. This would be the 3rd year of the 4-year term that we have agreed with them on this. So it is the amount of $54,590. As I said, that will go from July 1st of 2025 through June 30th of 2026 for the technical support for HazConnect. So we're asking for the IRC to approve that expense.
Are we gonna need to augment our budget in order to pay for that, to cover this, or is it already
No,
scheduled?
not at this time. It'll be fine. It'll cover that.
Okay.
Make a motion to approve the $54,590 quote to move forward for the HazConnect system.
I'll second the motion.
We got first and second motion. Do a roll call.
Steve Jones,
Yes.
Jonathan Whittam,
Yes.
Stephanie McKinney,
Yes.
Matt Bilkey. Matt Bilkey, Jeff Larimore,
Yes.
John French,
Yes.
Bruce Palin,
Yes.
Aaron Sims,
Yes.
Travis Touchain,
Abstain.
and Myra McShane.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Next on the agenda, is the discussion, I think, Jeff was the one that brought this up about our legal fund and what it can be used for, and ask if it could be used for, to bolster hazardous materials teams. I think it can.
Okay.
I think, if we have a county that comes to us and asks money out of that account, is for them to say, how much money they have in their account, in order to make sure we justify the need for it coming out of that legal fund, because that legal fund's harder to get that money because it's not in any one of our accounts. It's another state account. We've got to get approval to get it moved. And it takes a while to get the money moved and then for us to spend it. So I think, if we have the LAPCs, it's like, why are you requesting? And if they come back, it's like, we've only got $100 in our account. But if they've got, 300,000 in their account, it depends on the case, how much they're asking for it.
Correct, because my goal, or when I made that comment, was we have fire departments around the state that have become, by no fault of their own, regional hazmat teams, like Indianapolis and probably Terre Haute and Lafayette and Fort Wayne, Evansville, maybe. And so those departments are going to counties that are getting money, and maybe not getting money because maybe they're not active or not. But it seems to me that we should be looking to fund, using this money to fund the fire departments, regardless of how much money an LEPC has. Because the LEPCs were never set up to fund hazmat teams. They could use their money to buy things for hazmat teams if they were so qualified. But there's no way an LEPC can supplant or provide what the fire departments are in need of. And so, the LEPCs, we do training, we do exercises, we do, we try to do commodity flow studies every now and then. So we do things with our monies to take those monies and say, okay, now we've got to make a decision between, do we do training? Do we do exercises? Or do we give Indianapolis Fire Department $50,000 so they can have the necessary equipment to be able to go to Shelby County, Hancock, Hendricks, Morgan, Boone.
Yeah, and I think, even though it's it was over $500,000, 700, it doesn't take long to go through $700,000.
Exactly. So
I think, we need to keep some money back, but I also think some counties, if they're sitting on a bunch of money, and Senate Bill 1's going to throw a ringer in everybody's, everybody's budget's going to get tighter. And I think, we've just to help us make for sure we're being as frugal as we can. If one of the 92 counties is sitting on a lot of money, they need to invest in their own county. I don't mind helping people first or helping them, but.
So the concern I have is, what is a lot of money? What is a lot of money for Marion County may not be what is a lot of money for Allen County or for Tippecanoe. Or yes, we have, I think, probably about $300,000 in our account. We have an operating budget of about $80,000 because we spend $18,000 for Hazmat IQ. We spend $11,000, $12,000 for an exercise. We are spending $15,000 out of our budget. We've dedicated $15,000 out of our budget for our 3 level A entry teams, 10,000 to IFD, 5,000 to Wayne. And now IFD is saying, we've got the only 2 decon teams in Marion County. And so we've only got the 2 decon teams for Boone, Hendricks, Hancock, Shelby. And so, we may need to see $5,000 go to those decon teams for the PPE, the boots and the suits, repairing the tents. I mean, we bought
Yeah.
Zumro tents for IFD a few years back. So, but yet we too want to, like you, we feel the need to have some kind of a reserve so that if IFD does come to us tomorrow and they had those rail cars that fell off the tracks there
Yeah.
on the southeast side of Indianapolis, if they hadn't been carrying starch and had been maybe carrying, say, chlorine going to JCI Jones Chemical, they could have said, hey, we burnt through all of our level A suits. We need suits. IFD doesn't have the budget. We could then have that money to be able to
Yes,
do
other
that.
than, spiller pays in our world too, is they can recoup it from the I think we need to, rather than just cutting the check, is look at what the other available, I don't want us to be the first pocketbook they reach out to.
Sure. But I think if you're gonna have fire departments going outside their areas of jurisdiction, then, Marion County LAPC's not seeing any funding from Morgan County when we keep our hazmat team up to stuff so they can be capable to respond to
Yeah,
Martinsville or Mooresville.
yeah,
I mean, I think we continue to have a discussion,
yeah.
and I think that there should be some procedures and instructions so we can do this. I just, again, I think we just need some more discussions, and then maybe we can come up with something that would be agreeable to, because I just don't want to speak for the, Marion County, but like I say, if there's other counties that are feeling the same pinch because they've got a hazmat team that is being pulled outside their county.
Yeah, and one of the things is we can have, because even if IFD goes to Morgan County and responds, the equipment supplies that they have used, they can get recouped for that out of Morgan County, their response in Morgan County. IFD can bill them for what is used. I just
They
don't.
can?
Yeah, the spiller pays on all emergency equipment that is used on a hazmat run. And so I don't want, because it's easier to go, I want them to do their own due diligence in recouping the cost with their available means, whether it's an LAPC, whether it's a spiller. I just don't want us to be the first pocketbook that they reach out to. That's just my 2 cents.
And IFD has not done that. And I
Yeah.
don't know if it's Chief Malone's decision not to do it, but IFD
Yeah.
has, as a practice, not done it.
Yeah, and they can. There's a lot of things that fire departments can bill for that they don't take advantage of. And I want to help educate them, because as budgets get tighter, just not on hazmat, but with fire, there's more tools in the toolbox for financing things. But I don't doubt we can fulfill some of those needs out of us. I just don't want us to be the first pocketbook to go to. So, and Indianapolis is the biggest show in town, is they do most of the hazmat runs in the state of Indiana. And I get what you're saying is there's a bigger need for equipment training because of the workload that goes on here in the hazmat world as compared.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, we know the state cannot, we know not every county. I'm sorry, go ahead. I'll let her
Go ahead,
speak.
Stephanie.
So down here, it's mostly volunteer fire departments. And what I've run across is they don't know how to bill, or they don't have the ability to bill for certain things, like a vehicle response or anything like that. They just are not educated to do that.
If, I can help them through that, but if they do a search, Indiana State Fire Marshal fees for fire departments, the billing schedule is in state statute. It tells them what they can bill for. And it's right there on our website, but I'll help them through that. So,
But I mean, they still need monies to maintain readiness because suits expire, calibration gas expires, sensors expire, things expire. And so to maintain that readiness, to be able to respond takes money. And I'm not talking about Indianapolis and IFD, but I'm talking about any of the teams that have sort of become kind of de facto regional response teams because they're the biggest team in their neck of the woods. And so when somebody needs a hazmat team, that's who they're calling. and they're responding. And, you know, it's really providing a benefit to the state of Indiana because without those those teams serving that regional purpose, there would be areas that would not have any coverage. And so what does the state do when there's a hazmat incident in a county that doesn't have a hazmat team and the regional team that would typically get a call to say, hey, can you come help us?
Yeah.
And they're like,
It's a challenge.
the budget
Yeah.
doesn't allow it.
You know, it's just not in the hazmat world, dive teams, trench rescue. Basically, your city fire departments are geared up for that, but they're being pulled outside of their counties to help on those types of runs.
And hazmat is super expensive.
Yeah.
Very expensive. I mean, compared to the special ops that you just described. I mean, it takes a lot of money to run a hazmat team. And so.
Are the hazmat teams identified in some way, or is it kind of a self-designation that?
It's kind of been just basically a recognition of these guys have the team. I mean, it kind of went back to as things got more expensive and we started to take a closer look at hazmat teams and found that there were teams that really weren't. They didn't have necessary protocols. They really weren't following, they didn't have the appropriate equipment. They didn't have probably the adequate training and the manpower. I mean, we're talking about level A entry teams, not somebody who's trained to awareness or operations or pardon, awareness and ops,
Yeah.
but somebody who's not a tech, somebody who can take offensive actions. And so that's where, you know, we're seeing teams that have just, I mean, they've always been the biggest teams, but as the smaller teams have gone away or have disappeared because they're so expensive. I mean, when we were in Marion County, I mean, Pike had a team,
Yeah.
Washington Township had a team.
Every fire department in Marion County taught up to technician level, every fireman, and it says a new recruit back in the day. But that's after September 11th. The federal government threw a lot of money. We bought level A suits. We bought a lot of expensive air monitoring equipment that was only military had, and we brought it into the public safety side. And now all that money is gradually decreasing to where we don't have that funding. And now we're getting pinched, like you said, as a lot of the people have dropped out of, the technician Pike has dropped completely out. Washington Township used to have one. Warren Township, back when Warren was there, that's all we had was hazmat teams in Marion County back in the day. And now it's because of the environment we're in, we just have dwindled, and now we're being pulled out into the outside counties for.
I appreciate you bringing it up. And
Yeah.
again, I would like to continue the conversation because I really think there's some value in trying to find some way to fund some of these teams that are the bigger teams around the state that are going outside their county of jurisdiction and providing services to the industries and to the citizens that are in those other counties.
Yeah.
I know from personal experience, from going to the LAPC meetings, some of the LAPCs are really guarded with their money because they have the mentality of, if something happens, we need to be able to buy new boots, suits, and we need to replace all these things because sometimes a good sized hazmat incident can be in litigation for up to 2 years and trying to get reimbursement and, things like that. And if it is a situation to where it's going to be in litigation, we know that it's going to be for a while, then that may be when the commission decides, let's see what they need, or, might be a good idea for them to come to you and then see what they need just on a temporary basis to be able to get them by, until this does go through. But a lot of LAPC are really guarded with their money. And I've heard it come out, well, what if something happens and we need to replace all this stuff? So that's where a lot of their, hesitancy lies, where they, give the hazmat teams a little bit, but they don't want to give them, very much, some, but not.
And I think that's just where we get, like Clark County came in here and talked to us. We need that open conversation more with the locals, so if something like this does come about, they request, we have this open dialogue so we can discuss it, because that was very profitable listening to them and their world, their environment, so. But no, I do appreciate the conversation and if we can help in a good way, I think we need to. All right, next on the agenda, let's see here. Next, number 7, new business review and vote on the LPC compliance for 20.
Do we need to talk about the facility request, or has that already been decided?
The gentleman is not online to provide any more information regarding this request.
But do we need, I mean, can we? Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I guess just to fill in, EPA, we got a document from EPA that said if this chemical is not mixed, it is non-hazardous, but if it's mixed with something, it could be. So I would just like a documentation from them to either tell us, is this mixed or not? It looks like it is mixed with 1% of a proprietary
Ingredients.
ingredient, and even proprietary ingredient is required to have information on the hazards that it might present. So they don't have to tell us, but I would have, at a minimum, want to know what that is. So if we can keep reaching out to them to get that answered, if it's mixed with something, is there a hazard associated with what it's mixed with?
So did we decide then that it has a safety data sheet and they have more than 10,000 pounds of it,
Yeah,
Correct.
it's covered? But now you're saying it could have an SDS, but if it's not mixed with something, it's not hazardous.
that's right.
And that's from EPA.
EPA checked with OSHA.
Oh, EPA checked with OSHA.
And unmixed propylene glycol is not federally required to be reported under APCRA. And it does not meet the requirement to be an OSHA hazardous chemical.
So it doesn't have, it isn't required to have an SDS. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the requirement is that OSHA requires them to have a safety data sheet. And if they have over 10,000 pounds, they have to report.
No, that's not OSHA, that's EPCRA.
Well, sorry.
So OSHA says, OSHA is saying that they don't have to have a safety data sheet for this product.
Yeah, they're saying it doesn't meet the requirement of a OSHA hazardous chemical,
Okay.
If it's unmixed.
unmixed.
If you add something to it, it depends on what that something is.
Right.
And the state and locals can still choose to ask the facility to still report it.
Right. And I think, I mean, we ask people to report things, we ask facilities to report road salt. And so what is road salt? Sodium chloride. And so, but they have more than 10,000 pounds of it, they report it. So if OSHA says it's not required of an SDS and this company prepares and has an SDS just out of abundance of caution, but aren't required to, then I can see where you're
Well,
leaning.
they used to have another chemical there that was over the threshold. I don't have it offhand. It might have been sulfuric acid that was over the threshold.
Oh, the
But
air-
now they are under. I don't have that chemical offhand and for sure to dictate if it's sulfuric acid, but whatever second chemical they have, it's now under the threshold.
Yeah.
So they don't have to report that.
So they would have no reporting
Correct, if they,
if this
correct,
glycol stuff got, okay, all right.
yes.
Thank you for that. We were just sure, it was on the agenda, that's why I asked.
So as the question, then we're asking them, do they mix it with anything else?
Correct.
And
they
if-
haven't responded.
All right, but if they don't, then it doesn't look like it's covered.
Are we asking what the proprietary is, so we know if it's, is this a proprietary make it hazardous if it's hazardous, or is it just the fact they're mixing it with something?
We
Like
just
it-
asked the general question if they can tell us whether it's, because according to the safety data sheet, it has the ingredients, but we don't know what that proprietary ingredient is. And if they're mixing it with something additional, we don't know that.
So, but the mixture is not what the safety data sheet is done for, it's for just pure glycol?
Yeah, I believe 50% is the propylene glycol, I think water might be 49%. And the proprietary ingredient is less than 1%.
But is the safety data sheet they provide, is it for that mixture?
That's what they provided, yes.
Okay. So the mixture's already been determined to not be hazardous according to OSHA.
Well, no, they're saying propylene glycol is not hazardous.
Well, no, the safety data sheet they gave was for the mixture. I thought that's what she said. The mix-
OSHA was just stating that unmixed propylene is not hazardous. They didn't specify anything in particular to this safety data sheet that they provided.
And once they mix the propylene glycol with something, it then becomes.
It could,
Right.
depending on.
Well, that's what I thought. I was under the impression the evaluation they gave, the safety data sheet was for the mixed material.
Right.
Not, so it's not just for glycol, it's for the mixture that has the 1% proprietary material. And based on the safety data sheet, OSHA's saying it's not required to be labeled as hazardous. At least that's what was provided in the. Yes, the safety data sheet is for the mixture.
Right.
Okay.
And OSHA requires a safety data sheet for a material that a manufacturer determines.
Right.
as
Well,
hazard and requires a safety data sheet.
but this hazard class on this is not classified as hazardous. So it's one of these, that they do safety data sheets for stuff that's not hazardous, just
Right, and that's where is the hangup, I think, is because we have a safety data sheet. If they would have done a technical data sheet, it would have been, we wouldn't have this conversation. But because they decided to do a safety data sheet, okay. There's my.
And I guess it appears on the outset, it's not gonna present a health hazard, fire hazard, contact hazard. Environmental, I'm not I don't know what it would do there, but, so I guess I can lean either way.
I mean, I guess the question that we kind of raised the last time we met was, do we as a body even have the authority to say, you don't have to? I mean, it's got a safety data sheet, got more than 10,000 pounds. I mean, if they were to come back and say, well, we've reevaluated and so we don't have a safety data sheet anymore. We're doing a technical data sheet. And I mean, I guess that's the question, because then do other facilities or other companies that have products that.
I believe for propylene glycol, I believe there was at least, 80 facilities in Indiana that had it.
Well, I'm thinking there's other chemicals that have safety data sheets that hazard levels probably very minor. And so again, do we become a body now that we're starting to get requests for, which we may not, because this is the first time I've ever aware of anything like this, but.
I know EPA will be, at some point reviewing, I think, some of the lower hazardous chemicals to determine like room salt, to see if they even need to report it in the future. That'll be up to them to make that determination and let us know.
Yeah, that'd be a tremendous help if they went into the list and said, these things
Correct.
they're not required if there's more than 10,000.
But at least according to the EPA, you guys do have the ability to make facilities still report things, even if federally. But I don't know what that process.
Right, I
what
mean,
the
that I'm not
process
so
is.
worried about. I'm more worried about, or I'm thinking more about where the feds say you have to report this, and we're saying we don't think you have to,
Yeah,
because we decided.
and it may be, because we've reached out to them a lot and haven't got anything back. If we dump 10,000 gallons of this product, it will affect the environment, right? We will have fish kills or whatever.
10,000 gallons of milk.
Yeah, it will.
Yeah.
So let's just leave it like it is unless they reach out to us and want to talk. Because they haven't called us back. And at the end of the day, it's not a big cost impact on them, right? It's only how much to report on YouTube?
Theirs would be, I believe, $100.
$100. Do you have a motion on what to do with it?
Well, it sounds like it's tabled until we hear back from them.
Is that correct?
That sounds
Yeah.
correct to me.
Okay, we'll just table it until we get back.
Yeah.
Come back to us next year when we have to report. All right.
Raise the fees.
Sorry. All right.
Donation of the card.
New business, review and vote for LAPC compliance for What was it, 2024? Quantities. I know after our last discussion, we wanted to be a kinder, gentler commission and just not say, if you don't have anything done, we're just not gonna fund you. The thought is, let's try to help them, you know? And so there are, and I don't know if we want to go through these one by one with this table on percentage wise. I know like Decatur, they don't have anything done, you know, so I think that would be easy for us to go through. If they haven't done anything but a roster but the ones I thought would be worthy of consideration, Clay County, they only missed one meeting.
Oh, yeah.
100%. Go ahead and Blackford County, it looks like they've missed 2 meetings, 3 meetings. Let's see, fiscal proposal and a financial. You know, I don't know if we want to go through this and say, okay, they get 50%.
Yeah, whatever.
They didn't submit a fiscal report.
I understand that they did submit stuff, so it's up to the commission to decide what we do. Rather than not giving them anything and have them just throw in the towel, we might win them over if they start getting some money. So,
Well, it looks like that from what I'm viewing through this, the consistent issue is if they haven't provided a LEPC plan, they're definitely not getting funding.
it was weird to look at, like LaGrange, they got everything except they don't have an LACP plan, you know?
Yeah,
But you guys have to remember, LEPC plan is in state statute. It is required for them to submit that to receive funding.
yeah.
It is a big part of the LEPC plan. But one of the main reasons.
Right.
Do we have a rationale why there's so many LEPC plans missing? Feedback from the counties, is it too difficult, too time consuming, not enough funding to prepare it? Why do we have non-compliance?
The counties that didn't have LEPC plans are the counties that also didn't do any of the other requirements as well. They're just not participating mostly. I mean, one county, the gentleman who was running the LEPC passed away. That was Porter County, Gregor Eckhart, and they just weren't able to find anybody to step up to do that. And I know that Jackie at the beginning of the year was always offered to help anybody to train anyone to do the LEPC plan. I worked with a lot of counties on training with the LEPC plan, some in person, some on Teams. I'm pretty sure Jackie did as well. And so I mean, all of the help was available. And actually, I mean, some people said that it did seem daunting to try to do this new format on Teams, but once they did it, I had a lot of people respond to me and say if they'd known it was that easy and that simple to do, they would have gotten it done a lot sooner. And and all of the counties that we worked with that we did help were able to get theirs done. So I don't know the exact reason for
Well, there was,
some of the counties, just they're not participating really at all.
Stephanie's got her hand raised.
okay.
Go ahead, Stephanie.
So on Gibson, there's a whole lot of red no's, which I believe some of those are inaccurate because I submitted things. But we had a lot of personnel changes in the entire county. And I wasn't able to hire an assistant, so a lot of things I just dropped. The plan, we didn't use the new system, and I was just going to upload the other one. But we have new people in place, and this year we are working on being compliant. But I don't think there's as many red no's in there as there should be. But the plan is very difficult, especially when you have no funding.
Okay, Sean in legal,
It's very difficult with no instructions.
is this something that we are authorized to do?
Discretion.
We have discretion on whether to fund it if they have not submitted the plan. Okay, so, and it's my understanding that we've changed the process for this most recent submission to the way that they're submitting plans. Is that right?
Correct.
Through Teams, is that what?
Well, it's tier 2, it's Has Connect.
Right, so,
So since I've started here in 2023, it's supposed to be that they're supposed to be putting their LAPC plans in tier 2. It's a very simple, easy form. It's like filling out a form at a doctor's office. You just go through and answer the questions. And it's actually very simple.
it's the planning module that we talked about years ago, is that right?
Yes.
Are any of these counties that are highlighted that don't have an LAPC plan, is this a recurring issue or is this new for many of them?
I guess that'd be a question. Were these counties compliant with their plan before the requirement to go to Has Connect?
So I would actually have to look that up.
Okay.
And some of these I see is we've had before, like Orange County and
Right, there's.
Switzerland County are kind of repeats. Yeah. They're just not active.
I heard Stephanie say funding may be the issue as to why they can't do the plan. I would entertain the idea of funding them at some level this year, with the priority for that funding being the LAPC plan, and then potentially getting them sort of back in the good graces of the statutory requirement. I don't know if we could do that on a tiered level, or if we should just say, you have access to your funding, here's what your bucket looks like, but before you can use it outside of, basically you have to use it on your LAPC plan first. And then once that's submitted, then they could have access to the remaining.
Neil? The problem with that is I don't think they can go into tier 2 now and create a 2024 plan. I think it's locked out.
Yeah, they kind
I
of,
think they have to start
Missed.
with 2025 now.
yeah, and
So,
I'd be okay with that. But that would give them, we're not saying no, but we're saying you have access to funding, but you've got to prioritize this first, because statute says you've got to have this. And then once you do that, and you learn it, and you figure out the process, and you realize it's not that difficult, and it's probably a lot easier to update it once it's in the system for the next year, right? Do you have to start from scratch, or do we know? We may not.
so for the LAPC plan specifically,
Yes.
when you go into the system now to do the LAPC plan, you check on a green plus sign, and then it automatically will generate a plan for this year, the start of an LAPC plan for 2025. Jackie, do you know if it will let them go back to 2024? I don't know.
I'm not
No.
aware of saying go back to 2024.
Yeah, but moving
When I
forward.
do 2025, does it populate the 2024 plan into 2025 so I can
Yes.
update?
Yeah, so the counties that already have their plans done, yeah. So when they go in there to initiate a 2025 plan and hit the green plus sign, everything from 2024 automatically populates into 2025. Then all they have to do is just make updates.
So this should be a one-time training and education cost for the counties that are not compliant right now. And then moving forward for 26 and beyond, they would have a good template starting point from that. So,
To make a note, that Stephanie said this is the first year Gibson was not compliant. All other years, there weren't any issues.
okay.
I think last year was the first year where we were required to use tier 2 management. If we started the year before, but there was some glitches or there was something that wasn't ready. So LEPCs could submit their 2023 plan like the way they'd done it in the past, just a written document, PDF. But last year was the first year where everybody had to go to Has Connect.
Jack shaking her head, yes.
Yes.
Yes,
There's a learning
that's
curve.
correct.
Yeah.
And honestly, you know, and I don't know what part of the plans are throwing people. I mean, what you said is correct. There's a lot of copying and pasting from the old plan into this, but when you get into the facilities where you're having to go in and do the circle and identify the vulnerabilities, I think that's where maybe there's some issues and questions. Because I ran into some where, well, and I was always under the impression if they had extremely hazardous substance, that's when you did the vulnerability. But if they're just reporting, you know, surplus stuff, you don't have to. And I have facilities that did not have an extremely hazardous substance, but yet it was on my list to do a specific plan for that facility.
So when the LAPC plan is created, it's supposed to create a list of facilities only that have the EHS in your plan.
Right.
So something could have changed, possibly like maybe they had an EHS before, so they were kept on the list possibly and it wasn't removed, or they didn't say that they didn't have an EHS anymore. But yes, the list that shows up in the plan
Right.
is supposed to only list the facilities that have EHS above TPQ.
And that's what I thought. So
That
we
is
may,
not all accurate.
Statute.
Yeah, it's not as accurate as it should be. I don't know the all of them.
Anything that is transferred over into the facility side, any facilities listed there is either EHS over TPQ or circular. That is what Hasn't Connect told me. That is why some of them show up. You would have to click the blue hyperlink. It would tell you exactly why it is in
The first part of next year. They should
that
have-
list. It
And
would
if
show
they
you the
can get past it,
circular,
they're gonna be funded
the name of the
100%.
chemical, everything. Any questions? I'd be more than happy to show anybody.
I just don't want to try to do 25.
well, maybe
Yeah.
we'll schedule some more training.
So there is also, they can request from the facility to actually fill that information in when they're doing their report.
I know.
So the vulnerability zone map would automatically populate and the LAPCs wouldn't have to do it. And some of the facilities do that and some of the facilities don't.
Correct.
So it is obviously much better when the facilities do it, but they're not required by the state right now to answer those questions. But they're only required to work with the LAPC on those questions that the LAPC requested. So that's why I think Jackie actually created a letter for the LAPCs to be able to send to the facilities to request them to do that. Still some are and some aren't, so.
True.
I'd like to make a proposal.
Mhm.
Taking off what Jonathan has presented, that if they don't have an LAPC plan, we fund them 50%. You know, and if they get it done, it automatically populated. Next year, they should get 100%. And then everybody that has submitted the plan, if that's the major portion of it, is just fund them 100%. Because if we do 25, 50, 75, 100, it's going to get complicated and we won't be able to manage it equitably across all the counties. Is if they don't have a plan, they just get 50% and send a letter to them that says, we're letting you have 50% and we need you to get going for next year. That way you can receive your 100%. That way it's clean cut for us and we're helping support the local counties at their level. Does that sound reasonable?
I guess the only modification I would see to that is have it based on whether they submitted a plan in the previous year. If they submitted the plan in the previous year and the reason they didn't get a plan submitted for 24 is because of the changes that were made, then those you would give some level of funding to. But there's some on here that have never submitted a plan in the past, and I don't want to give them money, just.
People in these, so what people we had that didn't submit 2 years ago are different people than last year. You know, and that's why I want to try to be more of an encouraging and get them going rather than penalize them for what took place 2 years ago.
Well, but the other aspect though is there are a lot of people who did figure it out and submitted, got full funding. And it's kind of like, so are they kind of being penalized that, well, you really didn't have to do that because these people are going to get funding anyway, even though they didn't do that.
And not the 100.
And for those that are, I guess I go back to if they were previously had provided plans and had gotten funding before, and it's just this one glitch this year, I'd be more inclined to giving them some portion of funding than folks like Orange County, who is for as long as I've been on the commission, they've never been compliant. They've never done anything.
But
So you don't want to give them any funding.
right, and I don't know, we're saying we'll give every county, where are we? Every county will either get 50 or 100%.
If they have no plan, they would still get 50%.
But if they've done nothing, will they still get? 50%?
Otherwise, we're gonna have this grading scale that's gonna be atrocious.
Well, I mean, I was thinking what you were saying is if a county, like we'll say Orange County, that did not meet any of their deliverables for last year, treat them differently than say a county like LaPorte that did meet some of their deliverables, but didn't do a plan, we would give them 50%.
Yeah, I would ask this group, what would we consider the most important piece of this puzzle for the LEPCs? Is it to get together and have meetings and have them be, properly executed meetings? Or is it to take the time to gather the information and come up with an LEPC plan? Or is it to have bylaws? I mean, I think they're all important in their own way, but from what I'm hearing, to have a good, solid plan that's submitted with all the background information from the facilities in the tier 2 system, that to me would be sort of the core mission of an LEPC for a county. Is that accurate, or am I oversimplifying?
I mean, I think it depends on the county. I mean, I'll speak for Marion County. The plan isn't as important as the meetings.
Okay.
Because all of our fire departments have their own tactical protocols and plans. We have a comprehensive emergency management plan. It's been explained to me by some of our battalion chiefs and hazmat coordinators that they're not planning on looking at the plan when there's an incident. They're going to respond. They've got their tactical plans, they've got their tools, and how they're going to attack the situation. And so this plan that we've got really is just sitting there. I mean, we turn it into PDFs, we put it everywhere, we try to, but for our county, it's not seen as that critical piece as much as the meetings where we come together, our hazmat teams and our facilities, to discuss training needs. We talk about vulnerabilities when it comes to chemicals. I mean, like I say, the rail car falling off the bridge, that really woke a lot of people up. And if that were to happen, would we be prepared, both the public to shelter in place, to the fire services? Yes.
Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, I didn't have anything. I'm sorry.
But I think, like I say, it just depends. Now, maybe in other counties, the plan has a more important role than say it does in our county.
Yeah, I mean, without knowing each specific county's situation and without having a formula to kind of grade these, I don't know that we could say with a straight face, all right, well, you had half of your meetings you did, you have a plan, but you don't have bylaw, like for us to go through, we'd have to go through line by line and figure out exactly whether they're like compliant enough to receive funding or not. I don't know that, we've had years in the past where we have not funded county LAPCs, correct?
Yeah.
Just straight up denials. And I think at some point, maybe we come up with a strategy for those counties and say, all right, this is a fresh start and we're going to fund you. You're going to have access to money that you haven't had in the past, but the expectation is X, Y, and Z for this coming year. You will meet, you will provide reports to this commission, and you will do your LEPC plan, or there will be no funding moving forward. I think it's okay for us as a group to say, we understand that you haven't had access to this in the past, and for your county to prioritize this, it's probably not high on your priority list, but we're going to fund everybody at the level that they are eligible for, or at whatever, 50%, or I think, if it were me and we had a chance to start fresh with all 92 counties and say, you're all getting funding, here are the expectations for 2025 into 2026. And we'll reevaluate next year at this time to say, all right, we gave you the money and you still didn't use it, or you didn't use it the way that we told you to. You still didn't submit a plan. Maybe you had an exercise, but you didn't, you didn't hit the core criteria. Then it'd be a lot easier to just deny and move on that way.
Jackie has her hand raised.
So does John Schaefer behind you.
And Stephanie.
Well,
All right, Jackie, go ahead.
Just so you know, most of the counties that I have spoke to on my half of the state, biggest issue is their volunteers, and with their daytime job, they have a hard time getting their reports in. I have a recommendation for everybody to consider, maybe given a budget per year to allocate to give towards somebody to actually input the reports in every year. That's all.
Jackie, would that be a budget for someone locally to do that, or someone, what are you suggesting?
From the LEPC side,
Johnny's
maybe their
still
secretary.
I think that would be an eligible use of LEPC funds to have someone as an administrative arm that could perform that reporting duty, wouldn't it?
Just right now, it's not in any of the categories, and because I think the LEPC is considered to be a non-profitable position. I don't know. One of the categories for spending is other. I don't know if that's allowable under that or not.
Yeah, I'll say a couple of things. I represent a local LEPC. I have some opinions about what you've been talking about. I can put them in now, or I can wait until public comment. That's the way you want.
let's wait till the end on public comment and let the commissioners talk about our business. Do we have a motion to do anything?
Stephanie's got her hand still raised.
Okay. Go ahead.
Stephanie, go ahead.
Well, two things. One, on what Jackie was saying about paying someone. There IRC and LAPC funding, there was allowable expense for admin. You could pay an admin. Vandenberg County does it all the time with their LAPC funds. So that is an option unless that's been taken out. But the reason I first raised my hand was I went on Has Connect this morning to put some information in, and the stuff that I had submitted at the beginning of the year was not in there. So is there issues with the system? Are we not saving something right? Because none of the meeting dates were in there, but I know they were in there before because I printed them out. So it's showing even for this year that Gibson is not compliant, and we have been. So I had to go in there and resubmit everything again this morning. That's it.
I think that in the past, it's been easy to say, well, here's 9 things they have to have. And if you don't have one of them, you don't get funding. And part of I tend to agree that I think that, this was set up so many years ago, and a relook at this and evaluating what really is important. What are the things they're having difficulty complying with? And is it really necessary for those to be there or not? Those are good questions. And I think probably ought to result in changes to the statute so that everybody's playing with the same set of requirements. It is discretionary. It says that we may require it. So obviously as a commission, I guess we can decide that some of those are not as important and don't need to be in there. But I think that it needs to be universal, that everybody has the same set of rules they're complying with, and that we need to be very detailed about what it is we want them to do. I agree. There's a lot of stuff in there. I just find what's the real value in all this reporting. And that's what a lot of the LEPCs we've heard is that for the amount of money we give them, which is pretty small amounts, it's just not worth it. That's why a couple of these things have never complied, because they have no facilities in their county, and they get $2,500 from us, and to comply with all these requirements that probably cost them $15,000 to comply with.
If these that don't have a plan, I don't care if they've had a plan, didn't have a plan the last 5 years, we give them 50%, and they have to give us a fiscal report that shows they spent it on their public safety in their county. Because at the end of the day, they're the ones that are hurting when we don't give them money. It's not the LEPCs that are hurt. It's the people on the fire engines and the police department and the ambulance people. They're the ones not getting the funding when we sit here and say, you're not funded. Okay, the LEPC, they don't care one way or the other, but I've got firemen and policemen and ambulance. If we give them 50%, I want to see that pushed out.
Well, and I think that what you're basically talking about is let's reevaluate this whole system and see if it isn't a better way of structuring this. I mean, right now, I think you're going to have discussions with the Department of Revenue, because there's a very specific formula in the statute, and they followed that to the T. And I know many years ago when I was involved with this with IDEM, we discussed even shifting the funding from revenue over to Homeland Security or Fire Marshal's office so that we could better, kind of control and make these kind of changes to it. But the statute says, there's step one, you give them $2,500 if we say they're compliant, and they take the total number of facilities and however many you got in your county becomes the quotient, and you divide that percentage wise up amongst all the counties. And it's very scripted in the statute. And saying you're only going to give them 50% is easy for us to say, but I think you're definitely going to have some discussion with the revenue, because they're the ones actually send the money out. And they're the ones that are going to have to say, okay, I understand, even though the statute doesn't say we can do that, we'll go ahead and do it this time. And that's where you may run into some issues with this approach as well, because it does. And we've had discussions, and trust me, they would love to get rid of this piece of funding because it's such a small amount for them compared to everything else they deal with. And they'd love to not have it. And that might need to be part of this overall discussion of the whole statute is, we've talked about changing the funding anyway and increasing the amounts. We ought to just reevaluate the entire program.
When does this money go out?
In June.
So we got to decide today what we're doing.
I mean, normally it goes out, I think the end of June, sometime in June is typically when LEPCs, when the money gets to the LEPCs, and I said, usually it's in June. is when we see them.
It says before July 1st of each year,
Yeah.
Department of State Revenue has to distribute the money.
So that's what I was gonna say, we do have to have a decision about this today, I think, one way or another, because we've got to get it to fiscal so that they can get that done by July 1st.
If every county was funded at 100%, if we said today, we consider you compliant if you're a county and you're willing to have an LEPC, whether you've got it or not, you're compliant, what would that number be that would go out the door?
Well, I mean, right now we have 19 counties that would not be recommended for funding, but some of those are, not compliant counties, so give me just a second.
And I'm thinking if we just said 92 counties are compliant, are gonna be
Five of
funded.
those are not compliant, they've not been compliant for years, they don't have LEPCs out of the 19, so there would be 14 counties. Then that would get funding.
And they're not compliant because they utilize a different county LEPC to administer their program, or they just do not have an LEPC.
So the ones that are in orange on this list do not have LEPCs, they are not active, we don't even have any contact about them. The ones that are in gray are the ones that we're saying probably should not get funded because they did not do the majority of what they were supposed to do, or they don't have an LEPC plan. The ones that I listed in pink on here are the ones that actually did most of everything, that they're just missing a couple of things, and we had decided they should get funding, even though they're missing a few things, but they did put a very good effort forward. So Blackford County is the only one in gray that had an LEPC plan, but they missed they missed a lot of the other items they were supposed to do.
Right.
And I was under the, I had thought that if a county did not submit a fiscal report, that we would not give them funding. That's what I had thought that I was told when I started, but I don't know, but most of those counties also do not have LEPC plans either, and they did not do most of the other things. So LaGrange, however, did everything, but they did not have an LEPC plan. And so I was kind of on the fence about that, but knowing that the main requirement of EPRA is for the LEPC plan, I went ahead and put them on this list of no. The other county that I would ask that we would probably give funding to is Porter County because of their LEPC chair passing away. And I have been in contact with them here in last week, and they have hired somebody new, and he's gonna start doing the LEPC chair and filling that role. And so I feel very confident they're gonna be compliant. They're gonna try to start being compliant for this year, so definitely for next year. So
We've got a lot of counties that are fully compliant, doing great, not worried about them. We've got some counties that are trying and missing a few things. Also good, right? And we got some that are non-existent. Why do we think places like Martin, Marshall, Orange, why do they not have LEPCs? Do we know, or is it just they've never?
Those are the ones in the past, from what I remember, is they said it's not worth it. The amount of funding we get, because I think Orange County might be a good example. I'm not sure there's any facilities in Orange County. So all they would get is the base $2,500 and nothing else. And so to comply with all those requirements, it's not worth them to get $2,500 and have to do all that. And I suspect that's kind of the issue with some of these. Switzerland would be another one that's pretty small county, not very industrialized, probably doesn't have any reporting facilities in it. So the only money they get would be the basic $2,500. And it's just not worth it to them to do that.
All right, then I will make a motion that we can discuss after I've made it. I will make a motion that we fund at 100% every county that is not orange, with the understanding that in the coming weeks and months, we will, and staff will maybe come to us with a recommendation of here are the things that statute says we can require, or that they may submit to us. And here are the things that are really important as the core functions of an LAPC in a county. So that we can share that and distribute it and say, this is what we want you to focus on moving forward. I'm sure there's a lot of good data and intel that we receive from these reports and all these different things that we get. But let's try to identify, if you're a smaller county and you've got access to $5,000, here's how we think you really should be using it, to try to come up with a plan and have some meetings, right? Get that coordination started. So my motion would be to approve everybody at 100%, but the orange non-active counties.
I'll second it.
Any discussion? I like that idea.
Ray is non-compliant.
We understand that. We understand that.
We're considering everybody compliant, fresh start, use your money wisely. And we expect you to be back next year compliant with whatever we decide are the really important pieces of the statute moving forward.
Okay, we got a second motion. Roll call?
Steve Jones,
Yes.
Jonathan Whittem,
Yes.
Stephanie McKinney,
I will abstain.
Matt Bilge. Matt Bilge. Jeff Larimore,
So I was confused on this. So I'll abstain from Marion County, but
I understand.
but yes, for the other 91 plus. I think that's what Stephanie was trying to do, and I can't remember what the correct, I'm not an attorney, so,
Yes, I agree with you, Jeff.
okay.
so Stephanie, you're a yes, but I've seen from your own county.
Yes.
It's the problem with the block vote, sorry.
That's a good.
Sean French,
Yes.
Bruce Palin,
Yes.
Aaron Sims,
Yes.
Travis Touchain,
Yes.
Myra McShane.
All right, that makes it easier. Right. Okay. Second page discussion, legal fund. We talked about the legal fund and how it can be used. Discussion on how we get non-participating counties active again. I think we've kind of discussed that. We need to really boil that down and try to, because honestly, you look at Orange County, they got, it's Hoosier National Forest is most of that county, right? But they got iconic landmarks in there. You got French Lick, you got West Baden. We got stuff, that's pretty important down there. It's not like there's nothing down there. It's, they definitely could use it. Okay, let's see. Update on IDRC handbook, Jackie?
Yes, I've been working on getting it updated. I finally got that completed and it is now with legal for them to review the codes, make sure that they are still accurate, nothing has changed, correct the ones that are, and then when they are done, it will go to our PIO officer, Mike Beam, who will then verify the links because we have some that are broken. He will put the correct ones in, and once that is done, they will be uploaded to the IRC website.
Facility compliance, Lauren?
So far this year, we have collected $742,380, and that's $90,360 more than last year so far. We've had 6,662 reports submitted. We still have 447 active facilities that have not initiated this year's report, and 21 facilities that have initiated that have not completed this year's report. And we've only had 3 incidents that have occurred since our last meeting.
Okay. But you're giving $90,000 increase, I think is pretty substantial. If they're only paying 250, right? Whatever, that's a lot of businesses. It shows the chemical industry is picking up in the state of Indiana. So,
Just a quick question for Lawrence. So I know like we're kind of paying attention. Do you send out any reminders to like whoever the LEPC person is for that area, saying that they've got facilities that have not initiated or have initiated and not completed, so that they could kind of take some of the burden off of you guys to?
So last year when I started, I did send out an emails had created a spreadsheet for every single county, sent it to Melissa and Jackie. They spread it out. And I probably got less than 10 counties respond to tell me whether the facility's still active, closed, whatever info they could get. Marion County, Allen County, St. Joseph County, and another county are the only ones that have reached out to me specifically for assistance. The others I have not emailed.
Sure.
Because I thought,
Well, maybe that's something this coming year that because every facility that reports figures into, the equation.
this year I've focused on if they completed last year's report, but not this year. I haven't reached out to those because they had got 3 email reminders from our agency during the reporting period. But if they were missing any prior years, I did reach out to those, and that's part of the reason why there's a higher amount of money, because they're missing reports and are now getting them in.
Thank you. What I was saying is, we had a small discussion at our last meeting about, what can we do to facilities that just are not efficient in their reporting? Is there anything that we can do besides keep sending them, letters saying, look, you need to report, hey, you're delayed?
I believe what we discussed partially last year is the counties could, and I don't know if it ever came to the commission yet, but they could make at least 3 different attempts with the facility, either by calling the facility, emailing, sending a letter, or showing up at the facility itself, just to figure out what's going on. And then if they're having issues, they can reach out to state, which would be me, and then I can call and email. Then from there, I believe I can bring it to the commission. And in the handbook, there is 2 letters, a letter that the LEPC can send out to the facility requesting them to do the report, and then a letter from the commission requesting the facility to do the
Okay.
report.
Is there anything more than letters? I guess is where I was, because, if they've ignored us, they've now ignored you, they're probably maybe going to ignore the CERC. I don't know. So I didn't know if there was anything besides, and because the next step is, well, we refer it up to EPA, and then
Correct.
EPA then occasionally we'll see something where somebody in Colorado gets hit big time with a fine, but it's not, again, it's like Steve's point, we're losing funding because facilities aren't reporting. And so we're not able to channel those monies back to our public safety partners. And is there a point where can the state impose, I know you impose late fees
Yeah, the
when they
system-
do finally.
Yes, the system automatically will give them a $20 late fee every month it's late, but whatever their base reporting fee is, either $50, $100, or $200, it can't go over that
But we
base
can't
fee.
fine them for not reporting.
The statute gives the state authority to do a civil action, which is a little different than most agencies have ability to do administrative actions where they can send them a letter from the agency saying, hey, you're in violation, and go through an environmental law judge and initiate a process like that. But it appears that the statute, it actually gives both citizens and the state can initiate a civil action, which you have to go to civil court to enforce it. which might be another consideration for modification in the
Yeah. let's make it-
statute, is let's make it an administrative action. It'd be a lot easier.
That's true. You've used more manpower and government dollars than what you're ever gonna recoup,
Right,
you know?
yeah. Administrative action, you may have a better response. And, yeah. But right now, that's not an option. It doesn't look like. I'm not an attorney by any measure.
Well,
but
I hope
Just
maybe
like reading
here
the
we can-
statute.
with our attorneys in here can come up with some ideas, because like you pointed out, LEPCs that are, I mean, we're giving some companies a pass by them not having, by not,
By not reporting when they're supposed to.
yeah.
Yeah, but I think a full evaluation of the statutory framework would be a very welcome project. Now, I will say from a fee perspective, probably not gonna get much traction on normal fees, not right now, just to be as frank as I possibly can. But from an enforcement standpoint and to get people to comply with the statute, I do think there's an opportunity there to say, this is a problem. Here are the people that it's impacting. It's the public safety officials, it's the responders, it's the communities. So we need something to sort of force these people to give us the data that we need. But the ones that do it, we're not gonna penalize them by increasing fees or anything like that. I fully understand and respect the goal of eventually getting to the point where this funds things a little bit differently throughout the state. I just don't want to get anybody's hopes up that that's.
Oh, I understand. Oh, no, and I certainly
Yeah,
understand.
well, I think Jeff's made a comment too, that I think there's a lot of folks in the regulated community would actually support increasing fees. And it's only $100 fee that they pay once a year.
Well, if that facility knows they can pick up the phone, call 911 and get a hazmat team, it's the best bargain there is.
Yeah.
And I think there are the facilities that appreciate that value that is provided, because we provide hazmat services to a lot of companies that have decided we're going to just call 911, and a competent, qualified hazardous materials response team is going to show up at our door and work with us and stabilize the scene. And when they're done, they're going to go back. We may have to reimburse them for some suits and boots and things, but
File an insurance claim.
but yeah,
Lily's expanding into Boone County. Boone County, I don't believe has a hazmat team, so they probably engineering their own hazmat response like they've helped in, mutual aid with the locals, but it's a good discussion.
But there may be some other thing, if you're looking at revising the statute, there might be other things that you'd change that you would get support from the regulated community that says, well, if you're gonna make this less of a burdensome on us, then hey, we'll pay, we're fine with paying 3 times the amount of fee or 5 times the amount of fee. It's only $100. We're a multi-million-dollar company. It's not gonna be a huge hit. So I understand there's always a reluctance to consider increasing fees because those are considered the dreaded T word of taxes. But I think that there might be a way to go about doing it to actually garner support from the industry to pay increased fees. And I think if they were part of the voice at the legislature saying, yeah, we don't have a problem with doing this, then that might go a long way to making something like that more able to happen.
Okay, public comment time?
Yes,
We got some public comment.
okay, I'll introduce myself, some of you know me. I'm Becky Waymeyer, and I'm from Morgan County, the Secretary and Treasurer there, LHC, which I haven't counted years, but I know it's at least 25 years that I've been doing this, submitting all the stuff. I'm not connected with the fire departments or anyone. I'm just a person out there doing this work for them. And as far as paying someone, I have always been told, and it's very, very adamant, that you cannot get any money or refund or funding from the LEPC, no matter what you do. if the only thing that it said in the statute that you can get funding for is the stipend. So, we've never paid anyone before. Usually it's someone that's, working in the fire departments that volunteer to do it, or someone who's the, director of the emergency management, secretary, or someone to throw it off to them. Seems to me like that's what it is. There's not many people like me that just do it. But anyway, I've been doing it all these years, and we've always been compliant. And so that much said, that's who I am. And the reimbursement, that's the way it's always stood all this time that I've been doing it. A few other things. I've got a suggestion for the plan. A lot of people like me are not familiar with the plan and how you work with it on the computer and the command. And from here to go to that, I'm just not familiar with it. And, but I'm learning the first time. In fact, I bothered Melissa so many times, she probably just didn't want to talk to me, answer the phone or whatever. And I've already started trying the plan of 2025, and I'm stuck 2 times already because I can't get this plus, this green plus come up that you're talking about, even get started. And so I'm right there. I still don't have any answer. We need, and I think it would really help all these people that don't know too much about, computer work and such, that if there were written down instructions for the process. Here's where you go, start, click, whatever. Next, go to click next. This will bring up your whatever. And you just go on and on, If you need to change something, click the blue words, and they'll come up. You can change it. I mean, stuff like that really help people that are in a column here that didn't have a plan, because they probably just start out and that's it. So that's another one. Third thing is, Director Jones, I know that you want to be very lenient, get people to come on, and all the time I've been here, that's been the problem. Every committee has talked about, every IERC commission has talked about getting everyone compliant. Worked very hard. But to give them money when they don't do anything is not going to help them want to do it next year or the year after that, 2026, what I can see anyway. And they're already getting 2,500. And here's another problem. If you're going to give them all that they're due in the funding, if they don't do it, what are you going to do about the ones that have no facilities? Because they won't have any funding. That's where the funding comes from, is the user fees that the facilities pay. The LEPCs get 90% and you guys get 10. So what are you going to give them if they don't have any facilities? So the ones that don't have facilities are not going to get anything other, I guess, because you didn't say they're going to get the 2,500. In lieu of not having facilities. If they have no facilities paying that user fee and $100 that you were just talking about, what are they going to get? If they only have one facility, they'll get 90% of, they'll get $90. I mean, I might be wrong, but that's the way it's always been. That's where the money comes from, is the user fees of the facilities. And every meeting, see, I'm close. I live in Morgan County. I drive up here for 45 minutes and come to a meeting. And I enjoy it. I enjoy the government. And off my train of thought. Oh, I know. So, used to be on the agenda, at the end, there were 2 things. LEPC comments and public comments. Last few meetings, there has been no LEPC comments. And you guys are the ones that are passing this stuff that we have to do. It might be interesting for you to, maybe I'm getting a little harsh here. Maybe LEPCs that show up might have some comments put in once in a while. So that's what I'm saying.
Thank you. Yeah, and LEPCs, they're always welcome to attend, and, you know, when we put public comment, that's kind of a general, you know, and I think we had Clark County down here last time, you know, that helped presented, you know, their environment of why they didn't have everything done, and that's what really precipitated us wanting to be more lenient in funding, because sitting in here, we don't know the full story of 92 counties, you know. And I don't want to not fund police, EMS, and fire, even if the LAPCs are not functioning as well as we would like them to do. They're volunteer positions. Everybody's schedule's busy. Everybody's working to raise their families. And I just know everybody in this room, all of our schedules are busy. And I always want to try to be as helpful as we can. There comes a time whenever they just don't want to do stuff. Yeah, maybe, but I think we need to constantly talk about this time next year. We're probably going to have the same discussion about what was the result of our funding? And hopefully we'll have a little bit better outlook on participation. And it is something that legislatively we need to make changes to help bring it up to today's environment for what we're trying to do. So
Jackie wanted everyone to know that she does have step-by-step instructions for the second part of the plan module.
Okay.
Are they online? Or do we just contact her?
It's gonna be instructions written.
Jackie's got step-by-step instructions for the second part of the plan module.
All right.
she boom, got it done.
And she put it in the chat for this commission meeting.
The link?
She attached it and sent it.
She did, okay.
Yep.
For those that
Yes, I
are,
attached the example that I have. The one that is there, like I said, is an example, but it gives you an idea of what you're looking for to do when you're doing it. If you want the step-by-step instructions for the first part, it'll take me a little bit, but I can get that done as well.
I just don't want to open it.
no.
Everything
No,
crashed.
I was being selfish. I mean, I'm not online, so I was just hoping I would be able to, they'd be stored somewhere where, and I think that would be maybe a useful piece of information to share with our LEPC, whether it's the chair or whoever the contact is, to say, look, this is out there. I mean, maybe some of our LEPCs, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt, don't know that there are resources available. I know staff communicates that, but if you're like me, usually I'm doing this because, like Becky said, we have day jobs. So I'm usually doing this at like 9 o'clock at night. And I'm guessing you don't want me calling you when I get stuck at 9. But I think if those written instructions are available, I think that would be a tremendous help. And again, it goes to a long way of saying, look, we're trying. And, you know, to Becky's point, if we can get 1 or 2 LEPCs to move off start, I think it's worth the effort, and hopefully we'll get more than that.
Are you saying that there are written down instructions
For the second part,
for the second
if
part?
you need help with the first part, Jackie can work on creating
No.
one.
How do you get hold of those instructions?
They can email it to you.
I will make sure that you get something back, okay? And also, if you want me to get on Teams with you and share my screen and show you how to do it, I can do that as well, okay?
Oh,
And I have one comment, maybe to one of Becky's points. From my standpoint, this is my first meeting up here, right? I've been teased by this commission over the years, but the first time at the table. And I would say that the funding decisions for LEPCs are made at the county level. So the eligible expenses are all in statute, I believe, right, Sean? And it's up to the county to determine how they want to spend that money. We, I think, as a body, correct me if I'm wrong, but have recently decided to stay out of those local decisions. So if you feel like there's an opportunity, or if any LEPC feels like there's an opportunity to use some of those funds for administrative costs or things that traditionally they haven't been used for, then I would encourage LEPCs to work with their counties and their, whoever is responsible for the financial side, to make sure that that is either an option, or if it's not an option, then that's a local decision. That's not something that the IERC is saying, at least from my perspective, not saying moving forward. If it's an eligible cost in statute, then the county can use it for that.
It always was, so if things change, that's, you know, when.
And I don't know if it's being changed or if it's just, we're not making those local decisions anymore. Your county, Morgan County may still say, no, we're not going to use it for that. We're going to use it for these things, but not that. But that would be a Morgan County decision. And I would encourage you to work.
We even, for a while, we even had to, sign, what do you call it, report that you were not lucrative, you know, not.
Financial disclosure.
Yes, and to be on the committee, because it was just stressed over and over that you are not, you don't make any money. You know, fire chiefs can't get paid for conducting, the awareness class to their group, you know, it's just, you know, I guess at one time that sort of got out of hand, but anyway, it was always really, you know, things we had to do, you better do, or you don't get.
So-
You don't.
And I'll clarify, I don't think a member of an LEPC should be paid or could be paid.
Yeah, that's what it is.
But I think an LEPC could hire somebody as an administrative cost to help them keep their books, or to help them develop reports, or they could hire a contractor to come in and do the LEPC plan. So if they want to spend $2,500 to do that, they could go do it. They could spend money on an exercise. Members who are appointed to an LEPC can't be paid anything other than the stipend that's in statute.
Right.
Yeah. So if you're a member of an LEPC, that's different. But if you were hired to do the secretarial work or the administrative work, then that would be an eligible cost, as long as the county's okay with it.
Yeah, that's a different twist on it
Okay.
than what I thought you were saying
Okay.
before.
All right, do we have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, let's do the roll call.
Steve Jones,
Yes.
Jonathan Whitman,
Yes.
Stephanie McKinney,
Yes.
Matt Billy. Jeff Larimore,
Yes.
Sean French. Ron Strike. Bruce Palin,
Yes.
Aaron Sims. Travis Touchane,
Yes.
Myra McShane.
Yes.
Are you adjourned? Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, everybody.
You know, and
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Hey, I never really understood. It seemed like.
we were just asking if we didn't have a forum to adjourn, doesn't mean we have to stay here.
I should,